Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and we are going to be building PCs tonight. As many as I can stand. Or I guess in this case, sit! Alright, let's see here. We have Hardware Hacker and All Things DG in the chat. Welcome, Hardware Hacker and All Things DG. Have the 3D printer coffee goal. Link is in the description. And because I want maximum time for building PCs, I thought I'd kick off with a quick word from the following non-sponsor.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
Who comes up with these titles anyways? Alright. And we'll get to this in a moment. But the first item we have here is this small little box from an eBay seller in California. So, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in California. I mean, good things come in small packages, right? I don't remember which one this is. Hi, Jesse, welcome. We have I83D6SX in the chat, and we have Francois. Hi, Francois. Alright, so let's see here. We have this small little box. With a small little bit of paper, and there we go. Yeah, no, I got this motherboard in the way, but there we go. I will let you place your guesses in the chat. At the moment, your guess is as good as mine, because I don't remember which auction this is yet. And we have... Oh, more, I believe this might be an AMD Athlon processor. It's, well, static is not going to be a problem here. All right. Alright, I think I have successfully gotten this to the point where I can pull the processor out of the bag. All its little itty-bitty, teeny-tiny pins. Okay, it does look like there are a few minorly bent pins, which I will have to take care of. But we have... Oh, good. Alright. We have an AMD Athlon 3800. Diffused in Germany. That was an important part for the item this is for. I don't want to give too much away about the computer case, other than I was specifically looking for an AMD processor that I knew was diffused in Germany at their Dresden facility, or it might have been Global Foundries' Dresden facility. And that's all I'm going to say, lest I give too much away about the video. But yes, I needed the made in Germany processor. So there we go. I hope it works. Yes, it is a oh, thank you, All Things DG. All right. Have a little bit more towards the 3D printer. Yeet. All right. So there we go. Thank you again, All Things DG. And hopefully I don't bend any more pins on this processor. I would like to build, well, I thought about building, yeah, wow, that was fast, yes. I thought about building this computer tonight, but the motherboard needs recapped, and that would take too long. I was hoping to get a few computers built, not like one computer built. This next item comes to us from an eBay seller in Indiana. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Indiana. All Things DG said faster than the payment process. And we have, all right, my favorite, not, a priority mailbox in a bubble envelope. Yes, if the post office had caught that, they could have assessed postage due on the package to the priority mail flat rate. So, eBay sellers, you need to stop doing that. Because believe me, if I got your package postage due, well, you're going to be refunding the difference in postage between what I paid and what I paid. And we have a video card. This is possibly a very special video card. This video card was very nearly the end of the line for a company. Jesse says, the seller typically gets hit if they use eBay's shipping service. Ah, that's right. If they use eBay's shipping service, which they did, then yeah, you're right. They would get the postage correction, and I would probably get the package scot-free, yes. So it is quite possible they got a postage correction, and I would never know it. Talk about corrections. I might need to correct my thinking when it comes to things like this. But we have a video card. And not just any video card. We have a JTON 82117 video card. Otherwise known as the 3D Force G16. Let me zoom in so you can see that label. 16 megabytes. It is an AGP card. Sad Max says, kinda surprised it's not a Trident. Oh, come on, Sad Mac. Did you not think that, alright, I guess, okay, I guess to confirm what this is, Sad Max disappointed that it's not a Trident, but what Sad Mac doesn't know is that JTON secretly replaced the manufacturer's brand name with their own branding for the card, and let's see if the diners notice the difference, assuming this heatsink is not like... Oh. Okay, I don't think we're not going to be removing this heatsink, because not only is it plastic clipped in, but it feels like it's thermally epoxied onto the processor. So I'm just going to have to give up the, what this card should be. Admex says, honestly not disappointed more. Huh, that's interesting. Well, yes, it is interesting. This should actually be a Trident Blade XP card. Specifically, I think the 9970, I believe. That would be the 16 megabyte variant. So, yes, this is a Trident card. This would have been the last of the road of the Trident series. It, along with the its larger two siblings, because I think there was also the 9980 and the 9985, which had more RAM. So yes, this should be a Trident card. We might just have to test it later. I think it's a... We'll have, if we get to an appropriate motherboard. But yes, I saw this and I bought it because it was a Trident card that I didn't have. I am narrowing in on the Trident cards of infamy. So, yeah, the one that I am probably going to have to set a coffee goal for is, I have discovered there actually were Trident cards made for the Mac, and they are kind of pricey because they're kind of rare. But not as rare as eBay sellers shipping things in black poly bags. So this comes to us from an eBay seller in California. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in California again. How much you want to bet this is a priority mailbox in here? No. Shocker, it's not. My new theory is that eBay sellers use black poly bags to hide the priority mail bags from the post office, not to hide my purchase from my neighbors. But it does appear as if they made this custom little box here for... Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember. It's one of my other... I've been looking for an 8-bit SCSI card. Hardware Hacker says, I think you are correct, Justin. Yes. So, I've got this NEC Trantor SCSI card, which has a boot ROM on it. Ooh. But there we go. This should work in an XT class computer, I hope. 25-pin SCSI port, internal SCSI. There's the boot ROM right there. I don't know what the empty socket's for. I'm kind of thinking it's for... I kind of think that both those sockets are for a ROM, but one is for an EEPROM and the other is for a mask ROM. So, Hardware Hacker says, I've seen the same with my eBay purchases. Yes. So there we go. I think that's for the LED there up in the corner. Yes. Yeah, that up in the corner is for the LEDs, along with it looks like there also might have been an option for an onboard LED wired in there too. But there we go. I think it's NCR 53C80 based card. It's a 1.5 megabit SCSI, so nothing to write home about. In fact, it's probably about the same speed SCSI as the original Macs. Or I guess maybe the SE and later. I think the Plus and... Well, didn't. Might have used the same SCSI chip, but Plus had performance issues with SCSI. But anyways, there we go, an 8-bit SCSI card. And that, partly because an item that seemingly made it to my local post office decided to instead bounce to Fredericksburg. Well, that concludes the Wheel of Regrets for the year. I know. It's been a fun and exciting 2025 for Wheel of Regrets, and we ended it with a scuzzy card. That's kind of scuzzy. So, I don't know. Put in the chat or comments what your favorite Wheel of Regrets purchase was for the year. And with that, we will get on to building some PCs. And I will leave the Trident card and the 8-bit SCSI card sitting over to the side to allow us to maybe use them should the occasion arise. But if you were watching Dave's stream, you might have remembered that I was working on my UMC green motherboard with the UMC 486SX in it. So I have installed 256K of real cache. I also have a updated BIOS version installed, and I took it had 4 megabytes of RAM in it, so I took the 4 megabytes out and I put a matched pair of 4 megabyte sims in for 8 megabytes. I know that's not earth-shattering. I also have this Visa Local Bus controller card that is way too fancy for the system, but I don't know that I have any other Visa Local Bus cards not in a computer or I/O controllers. And because I am unsure, because I wanted to work the gag as far as possible on the system, but I don't think UMC ever made video cards, so I've got a Trident card in here instead. Yes, it is a Visa Local Bus Trident card, as you can see by the length of the card. And actually, it for the 33 megahertz bus speed of the processor, it performs decently. So I thought I would power this up and kind of show you how this performs. And while I said we'd be building PCs, I kind of have an experiment I would really like to try with this board. Oh, Sadmax says, I don't remember exactly if it was Wheel of Regrets or Local Regret, but the N64 that had evidently gotten parts swapped around. Yes. Actually, that was an eBay regret. Oh, by the way, if anyone's wondering, the cache memory shown on the splash screen there, the BIOS is just simply printing 256K out. This is one of those motherboards that came with fake cache. But I did want to show that even though the BIOS is just printing a number, it is actually using the cache I installed. So if you'll look on the line, so this processor has 8 kilobytes of level 1 cache. So you'll note up to 8 kilobytes, we have 16 microseconds per kilobyte access time. And then up to 256K, we have 28 microseconds per kilobyte, and then everything else is 44. So we are seeing the L2 cache, even though the BIOS is just simply printing out a number. Also, for the record, the UMC processor does not run at 705.8 megahertz. I believe that is a bug in this program, based on however it is trying to determine the processor speed. The UMC processor had some more efficient microcode inside, so some instructions ran faster than the Intel processors. So I have a feeling what we're seeing is, however cache check is determining processor speed, it's not taking into account the fact that the processor is quite clearly reporting itself as a UMC processor and adjusting its performance expectations accordingly. You'll note throughout some of these demonstrations that cache check is not the only program that falls for that trick. So, not bad performance. We are using the cache. Now, on Dave's stream, I did try 512K of cache. and I was annoyed at the fact that it just prints out 256K. And besides, I don't have many 64K cache chips. So I decided that I would just put 256K of cache in this board and leave it at that. Because, quite honestly, this system I'm building just for the infamy. So I'm like, I don't want to sink large cache chips into it. I know, disappointing, but at some point I have to be real about the goal of this system. So I guess we'll run the usual benchmarks. So anyway, Superscape. For a 33 megahertz processor, it's actually 35 frames a second. So not bad performance for a 33 megahertz processor. In fact, that's probably pretty good. In fact, actually, I think at least the Wikipedia, if I'm remembering, was saying how the 33 megahertz processor from UMC performed similarly to a 50 megahertz Intel processor. So, yeah, I think that's believable. All right, we will try Chris's 3D benchmark, which... all right, will not run on this processor. How about PC Player? Will PC Player run? All right, PC Player will run. It obviously is more demanding of a benchmark. And it's going to be off the screen. My head's in the way. 3.1 is the player bench score. 3.1. All right. Kind of bad, but that's a demanding benchmark. All right, so we will run Doom. The Doom benchmark is one reason I put 8 megabytes of RAM in the system, because Doom needs 3.7 megabytes of extended memory, and with only 4 megabytes of memory total, you don't have 3.7 megabytes of extended memory. You're close, but not close enough, so that's why I got 8 megabytes on the board. For one of the experiments I really would like to try with this board, I should probably put 32 megabytes total in it. Because I read on Wikipedia that Windows 98 2nd edition for some of the early UMC processors would misidentify it as a Pentium MMX. And I was kind of wondering if this is one of those early processors that gets misidentified, but since this processor is technically not meeting the minimum system requirements for Windows 98 2nd edition, which I believe is a DX266, I probably should not also try to install it with only 8 megabytes of RAM, because I think the minimum is 24 megabytes. Although you can turn off the requirements check and it'll install on 8. But I think with the processor falling under the recommended processor or required processor, let's face it, it's more like a recommendation if it'll still install. Should probably have the amount of RAM they recommend so that we're not just super paging. But I was kind of curious if we installed... I was actually curious to see, is it just Windows 98 2nd edition? Also, I updated my DOS bench, so you'll note that it's 18.26 frames per second. Yay. No longer have to do the manual calculations, so for a 33 megahertz SX processor, that's actually kind of impressive, but if anyone's curious, I remember I ran the Doom benchmark with an 8-bit Trident card, and the Doom ran at 10 exactly frames per second. It was 10.00 was the calculation. So, anyways, all right, Quake will not run on this system, so there's no use of it's even, or I don't think it'll run. Yeah, okay. So, no use to try that. Let's see here. Landmark system speed test. Oh, actually, Landmark system speed test is... has misidentified this as a DX processor. Yeah, this is not an Intel 486DX. It's a UMC 486SX. At least it has determined there's no FPU, but oops. And I guess at least it's correctly determined it's 42.7 megahertz, which is much closer to 33. And actually, I think that might realistically reflect the performance uplift from the more enhanced microcode. So I guess, however, they're determining processor speed, it's less influenced by the processor optimizations. All right, let's see here. I believe SpeedSys will run, although we won't run the disk benchmark. And while this runs, I was going to... Oh, all right. Let's see where this processor benchmarks on here. So I'm kind of expecting it's going to be somewhere around the... Yeah, right below the DX2 50 megahertz. Yep, that about matches what I've read about the processor. It does look like it has miscalculated the processor speed at the top of the screen. It's not 194 megahertz. I am very tempted to... All right. All right. Let's see here. All right, looking at DOS Days' website, I was just curious. It does not look like UMC ever made any video cards. Unless they fabricated chips for someone else. All right, and there we go. I guess for a 486 SX33, basically, that's not bad performance. Also, if anyone's wondering, mem check or mem test won't run on this computer with this processor. So I don't know why you see the blue screen appear and then it reboots. So I don't know what exactly about this processor is not letting memcheck run, but anyways, there we go. It's a system. It does look like we have a 512 megabyte limit with the BIOS. I burned a newer BIOS for this board on Dave's stream. There is maybe a slightly newer BIOS version, but well, I've got BIOS chips beside me. I'm almost tempted to try it and see if it fixes the 512 megabyte limit. All right. Let's try the updated BIOS, because this will determine what hard drive I can use. I'm running low of the small chips that I can use with the XT IDE BIOS, so let's see if an updated BIOS might give us large disk support. All right, so all right, so I am burning a. So on Dave's stream, I think I downloaded the latest award BIOS, which looks like it was dated September 8th of 95. So there's also some AMI BIOSes for this board. The latest one of those on the RetroWeb is dated December 2nd of 95. So I don't know if that's going to be new enough to give us 8 gigabyte hard drive support. It could be. So we'll see. Hi, Game Doc. We have the Game Doc here. Welcome. We are. I am burning a new EEPROM with an possibly updated BIOS for this otherwise probably unremarkable motherboard with an infamous processor. Yes, for anyone that didn't see it, I'll actually let me power this down so I can actually or remove the compact flash card there for a moment so I can try to zoom in. So for anyone that didn't see me open this on Wheel of Regrets, this is a UMC U5SX 48633. So this is a processor from UMC. They basically re-implemented their version of a 486. It actually has better performing microcode than Intel's 486. Intel sued them for patent infringement and UMC lost. So a lot of these are printed not for sale in the US. But yes, Doc says, man, I remember when the Windows logo was etched onto chips. I had a Pentium 3 with such a logo on it. Yeah. So, yep, this is Microsoft Windows compatible. Although, the ironic thing, and I want to put it to the test, and I'm almost tempted, that's why I'm trying to see how big of a hard drive I can get this thing to support, is I want to install Windows 95 on it, and then Windows 98, and then Windows 98 Second Edition. For one simple reason. According to Wikipedia, Windows 98 Second Edition, for some of the early variants of the UMC processor, detects it as a Pentium MMX, and that can cause problems when Windows, I guess, tells programs that your computer has MMX capabilities and you don't actually have them. So I wanted to, as much as Windows 98 Second Edition is not, as much as this processor does not meet the minimum system requirements for Windows 98, because it doesn't, I wanted to try to install those OSs to see, first of all, is it just Windows 98? Second Edition, because that's what Wikipedia says. And second of all, is this one of those processors? All right, so we have the AMI BIOS. It's one of those Win BIOSes. I will probably not leave this one in because I believe as much as I like the concept of a Win BIOS, the problem is a lot of these only support 2 hard drives. So, all right. I'm not surprised the time's still right because the clock part is different from the setup settings. But yeah, this Win BIOS only supports 2 hard drives, whereas the Award BIOS supports 4. But there's also the chance that this hard drive might actually support large hard drives. Maybe. All right. All right. I think that's all right. Chipset's enabled. All right. Power management is disabled. All right. IDE setup. 1986 1663. All right. Well, that looks right. All right. So let's see here. Escape. Save changes and exit. All right. Doc says, I remember being annoyed that I didn't have MMX and SSE2, which were requirements for discrete at the time, now Autodesk 3ds Max 5. All right, so let's see here. Is this BIOS 563.1 megahertz? Nope, I don't think so. Okay, I think the auto set memory speeds from this BIOS are just a bit less performant to the L2 cache. A bit more performant to main memory. But it's probably a wash. I just wanted to make sure the cache was enabled. Oh, wait a minute. No. This BIOS did not enable the cache. It also appears to only see 8 megabytes of RAM. Oh, that's right. There is only 8 in here. Never mind. Here I was about to... Okay, so... this BIOS is not actually enabled the cache. That is the problem with a lot of these BIOSes for the... with the fake cache boards, they don't actually enable cache. So... but this BIOS is seeing the entire compact flash card. Doc says 8 megabytes RAM in 2025, $931. Yeah. All right, so it does see the whole hard drive, so we can install Windows without having any trouble, hopefully. We won't run into, at least we won't run into trouble because I don't have a 512 megabyte compact flash card. I'm apparently out of those, or I have hidden them somewhere. Oh, come to think of it, I have some cards. Yeah, I think I've got some cards somewhere. Oh, Doc's asking, I haven't had a chance to look into it, but I've been curious. Why do those IDE adapters use compact flash and not micro SD or normal SD? All right, the reason why a lot of these adapters use compact flash is because a lot of compact flash cards support IDE mode. So it's directly plugging into the bus, just like the IDE hard drive. So there's no conversion chips required. So it's actually just a cheap pinout converter. So that's why I use compact flash cards, because the adapters are cheap. Because the compact flash card is doing all the heavy lifting. Now, of course, the disadvantage is they're not made new, so they're going to wear out. I'm not going to say they wear out sooner, but they will wear out sooner because they already have had some use to them before you buy them used. The SD card adapters, on the other hand, which I have one floating around here somewhere, there is an adapter chip because it actually has to convert IDE to SD. And there is a caveat with a lot of those SD card adapters, which I saw a YouTube video last week. I forget who did it. I think it might have been a December video, so it might be on the official December playlist. But a lot of those SD card adapters, the firmware is expecting that the first partition is a FAT32 partition, although I think a FAT16 partition will also pass the test, because the firmware is doing shenanigans. So if you try to use those SD card adapters and a non-DOS or Windows operating system, they actually will oftentimes... you will install the operating system, and then you will reboot, and then it will be inaccessible. Although the workaround is you just have to put a FAT32, a very small FAT32 or FAT16 partition as the first partition on the drive, and then install Linux to your heart's content. So you just have to leave a FAT32 partition. It can be a megabyte large or whatever the minimum size is for a partition, and the adapter will be fine, because apparently the adapter controller chip has firmware, and the firmware goes off into the weeds if there's not a FAT32 partition on the drive. Yeah, GameDoc says, oh dang, I wondered if it was low level, but I didn't think it could be. That's really cool. But you're saying that not every CF card works in that way. Correct. There are a IDE mode, or I think as you'll see it in the compact flash documentation as a TAPI mode, was not required for compact flash cards. However, The easy way to make sure you get a compatible compact flash card is to either buy like a large one for here. I've got some examples here. Some examples of compact flash cards that will work. So here's a 1 gigabyte SanDisk Ultra 2. So your large cards that were for digital cameras usually support a TAPI mode because the professional cameras did, and that would support faster transfer rates from the camera to the card. So cards like your SanDisk Ultra 2, Ultra 3, Ultra 4, I think even just the Ultra, like your cards like this that were designed for a digital camera usually do a TAPI mode. And unfortunately, there's not anything you can really see on the card to know it has a TAPI mode. But SanDisk Ultras do. There's many other cards that were for digital cameras that have a TAPI mode. See, there's another Ultra 2. It's an older label. That one's got a TAPI mode. The other thing you can do is you can buy cards designed for industrial use. So these industrial compact flash cards would have gone in a single board computer, and they'll have a TAPI mode because they were designed to plug straight into a compact flash cards. So as Jesse's saying, the blue SanDisks and the orange Transcends all day. Yep, that's another two you can look for. But, yep, so there we go. That SanDisk, it's got it. I've got some other, like here's another, this one's an Pacer, but it's an industrial compact flash card. It's got a TAPI mode. So that, as a general rule, your SanDisk Ultras have it. The blue SanDisks, the orange Transcends, your industrial compact flash cards. I think the purple Transcend, or not, yeah, it might be the, no. I was thinking someone said the purple Transcends, but I'm not positive. But yeah, there's other brands too, so that's just the way you have to look for them. And basically, what I'll do is if I see, actually, what I usually do these days is I just buy the same lines that I've successfully bought before. But yeah, that's the thing. They just plug directly into the IDE bus with a simple adapter, which basically you plug in power because not all IDE ports supply power. There's diodes to prevent it from backfeeding. And then you just plug the compact flash card in. And in this case, this one's designed to plug straight into the IDE port. So this one's handy for testing. But if I was going to install this in a computer, then I'd probably install either a drive bay adapter or a slot adapter. Because you can't really use these slots. But for testing, since I have nothing in these other slots, it works. So, but yeah, I totally could, for this system, since I'm going to install Windows, I totally could grab a hard drive and install, I've got an SD to IDE adapter somewhere, since I'm installing Windows and it's got a FAT32 partition, or FAT16, it would totally be fine. I could do that. But let's see here. To make the install go faster, actually, all right, this might, I think actually, here's what we're going to do here. So I've got, All right. Oh, I don't. All right, let's try this again. Okay, that boot disk did not work. Hold please. I think I tweaked the cable somehow. All right. Or my Trident card failed. One of the two. Okay, that's weird. All right. Let's just try this. All right. So, yeah, we're going to upgrade using the floppy disk upgrade to Windows 95. Um, just like you might have back in the day with your wonderful UMC green PC, 8 megabytes of RAM. I know this configuration meets the minimum spec for Windows 95. I will probably, while we're copying files, I may see if I can find some a bigger memory module for when we do Windows 98. Or no, we'll just YOLO it. I'll disable the spec check. Oh yeah, Doc says thanks for the CF explanation. No problem. All right, I bet this is something you haven't seen for like 30 years. Ah, have the some of those cards already the blue SanDisk. Cool. I actually just ordered some adapters, and if I can find the Amazon link here. Let me see here. Orders. In fact, I think they came in yesterday. Those are the last ones I ordered. They're about $4 a piece. I picked those because they were the ones specified for a 3D print that I made. It's a 3D print of a holder that'll hold it on the front drive bay. So I've not used those, but they're all pretty much clones of each other. For the slot bracket ones, I usually get the SIBA. So if I'm buying them to put in a slot bracket, those are the ones I usually get. If I'm putting them in a system with ISA cards, depending on where I need to put it in the system, I sometimes will print a bracket that lets me mount it the other way around so that it doesn't short against anything. And then last time I ordered SD to IDE adapters. There we go. Third link there. All right. Yes. upgrade a Windows. All right, I should actually have Windows oh. All right, I guess I need to. There we go. Whoops. Oh, well, that was easy. We'll install a fairly limited. I am going to do a custom install. Oh, that's neat. Oh, well, I don't have any of those items, so I don't need to tell Windows to detect them. All we have is a controller card and a video card, and, well, that's all I've got installed in it right now. I'm expecting that. Kind of expecting Windows has drivers for both included. At least I hope it does. All right, we will skip all of those wonderful features there, and let's see here, Alt D. Well, actually, those are kind of handy when you're using it without a keyboard. Let's see here. I do want the desktop wallpapers. We do want the games. I guess we do want. Yeah, we want the screensavers. Yeah, I think we want the we want the resource meter. All right, that looks good. All right, communications. We'll skip those. All right, disk tools. All right, multimedia. Go ahead and install them. All right. All right. Well, that's fine. No network components. There. Oh, look at that. Detect it. Trident Super VGA. Yep. That user interface. I didn't know you could use Program Manager. I might have to explore that at some point. All right. No, I do not want to create a startup disk. All right, now we will copy files at lightning speed. And by lightning speed, I mean, I can't cue the meme to appear. Hey, we've got Jason here. Hi, Gupbom. We are installing Windows 95, and yes, there's a Trident card in this motherboard. I am trying to test something. Did you miss any regrets? Yes, you missed a regret. You missed 3 regrets. Gupbom is wearing his Windows 95 socks today. Yay! You missed a Trident card regret, which I haven't tested yet. Hopefully we'll get a AGP equipped motherboard on the bench to put it to the test. In fact, Gupbom says an AGP Trident card. Oh no. Yeah, it's a Blade XP. Gupbom's our Game Doc's asking, does anybody remember Bill Gates awkwardly dancing around the stage to the Rolling Stones singing "Start Me Up" for the Windows 95 announcement? I sort of do. I more vividly remember Steve Ballmer doing his developers thing. I also more readily remember Bill Gates demoing Windows 95 on stage and blue screening. All things DG says, tried to forget it. Gupbom says, yes, unfortunately. Doc says, I remember that too. He was sweating like a horse. Frankly, I would have been too. Yeah. Yeah, Bill Gates on stage with I don't remember who, demonstrating USB, and they plug the scanner in, and the blue screen happens, and Bill Gates' first response is, I guess that's why we're not shipping yet. Gupbom says, I upgraded the video card, PSU, and cooler in my modern gaming PC today. Got an RTX 5070 for it. Nice. Speaking of sort of modern gaming, I need to fix my PS4 controller. Sadmax says, I love that demo with Windows 98, lol. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was Windows 98. I guess that's why we're not shipping yet. Yeah. So the way that Microsoft was able to fit Windows 95 and a lot of other programs on floppy disks is they actually used a higher capacity format on the disk. Pretty much, you had to use professional equipment to write the image, because I guess the writing the image required a more precise capable writer. But Jesse says, if it was Steve Jobs, that person in charge of USB connectivity would go, quote, missing. Yeah, they'd been shown the door for sure. Likely, while they were on stage, they would have been shown the door. Gupbom says, had a Radeon 9060 XT, but it just wasn't good enough for VR. Luckily, the Radeon card was still in the return period. All things DG says, I found out a few weeks ago why there was no Windows 9. That made me laugh for a few hours. Yeah. Yeah. I think the reason, if I remember, There was no Windows 9 because poorly written apps might have thought they were running on Windows 95 or 98. So there was no Windows 9. They had to skip 9 and go to 10. I mean, you would think that maybe those apps would have been rewritten in the preceding 30 years, but I guess not. I guess there would have been no guarantee that. Well, I guess it might have been the preceding 20 to 25 years when Windows 10 came out, but I guess there is the possibility that some of those apps the developer might have gone out of business, but company or people were still using the app. It wouldn't necessarily mean it was an ancient version of the app, just a poorly written version check that no one ever re-implemented. Yay, as we copy files. Yes, this is exciting. This is also how we see firsthand if Wikipedia is correct. All right, let's see here. Yes, if you like it when we try to determine the accuracy of Wikipedia, don't forget to smash that like button. Of course, the thing is, I don't know if this UMC processor's early enough. But according to the processors they released, the silicon is the same as the original one. It's just in a plastic package and not a ceramic one. So, there's a good chance it might actually show the bug. It could also be new enough silicon that... Because the weird thing is, the Wikipedia article doesn't say that Windows 98 Second Edition misidentifies all of them as Pentium MMXs, only the early ones. So it almost implies that maybe the early processors report something incorrectly and that UMC fixed it. Or they report something in a way that differently than later versions report something in the Windows 98 Second Edition. But I also find it weird that Windows 98 Second Edition is said to show the bug and not other versions of Windows, but that's why we're going to 95 first. I'm actually not expecting Windows 95 to show the bug, because I don't know that MMX was on the market when this released, but I just kind of want to, as a control, I want to see what 95 says. And then I want to see, then we'll see what 98 says, and then we'll go to 98 Second Edition. GameDoc's asking, SE is when Second Edition is when they implemented USB 2, right? Or 1.1. I'm pretty sure something USB related happened with Second Edition. Yeah, I think Second Edition supported USB 2. I believe you are correct. 95 Service Release 2 introduced USB. But this isn't... I'm not installing Service Release 2. I'm just installing 95. So it is possible that... Because this is kind of the... It seems convenient that only 98 Second Edition's mentioned in Wikipedia. Unfortunately, I think there was some reason why let me see here. Yeah, let's see here. Performance. Oh yeah, unfortunately there's no citation for that particular statement on Wikipedia. That's right. Because there are some things that get quoted. I'll show you while we install here, and to kind of capture it on video just in case the article gets updated. So at least as the time of this live stream, so it's December 30th, 2025. The Wikipedia article reads there under the performance section, due to an error in the microcode, Windows 98 Second Edition identifies some processors as an Intel Pentium MMX, which could cause the operating system and software running within it to crash or exhibit undefined behavior. So, unfortunately, it says some processors. It does not elaborate. I thought it said early processors. There is no note, unfortunately. But looking at the available models, this one is the U5SX, which is identical to the U5S, which was the first one. Unfortunately, none of them had a floating point unit. But anyways, I was kind of thinking it'd be the early ones. Could be the later ones, so we may not see this bug. But anyways, there we go. There's the legal dispute. Intel alleged patent infringement, and they eventually settled out of court, and UMC withdrew their product, I think, from the U.S. market, because they're all marked like not for, there you go, not for U.S. sale or import. Game Doc says, well, one way or another, after the stream, we'll be able to add that footnote and link it to this video. Yeah. Yeah, that would be pretty nice to be able to update that footnote. Well, I guess the thing is, if I can't reproduce it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but if I can reproduce it, yeah, we can for sure add some sort of a footnote to clarify, at least cite that, yes, indeed, it does indeed show it. And I would actually be curious to see I would be curious to see if Windows 95 even, if it identifies it as something other than a 486, we may be onto something. But I kind of have a feeling what it could be is maybe it is Windows 98 second edition. And the problem is the UMC processor would have not been a supported processor for Windows 98 second edition, in that at least for the SX variant, it would have been below the minimum clock speed that was listed as the requirements. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe the problem could be that Microsoft removed something from the check because the SX variants would have been no longer supported. And if that maybe let it misidentify it if you did install it as an MMX. Game Doc says, I'm determined to get you into Wikipedia. Game Doc says the footnote can be either, yep, this is true, or this may be true, but not for exact version of your chip. Yeah. Yeah, that would be, yeah, at least we'd have a footnote. Yeah. So we'll, anyways, yeah, hopefully we'll, see something here. Now, Windows 95 is supported. Windows 98, I'll have to, probably for Windows 98, I'll copy the install files to the compact flash card. Although, you know, I guess I do have, yeah, because I don't have the upgrade. I don't know that they made an upgrade floppy version. Windows 98 First Edition, there was a floppy disk version for the full install, I believe. Because I've got it. I don't think it was very common at all. So, I'll copy the Windows 98 First and Second Edition upgrades to the compact flash card so we can stair-step it a little faster, but in the interest of having some time to chat, I decided to do this upgrade from the floppy images. So we could kind of walk through, why are we doing this crazy thing when I said we'd be building PCs? And technically, we are building a PC. We're just seeing how compatible it would be with some of the DOS variants. All right. I'm going to, there we go. I've got my heater on behind me, and I just got a cold chill from the fact that it is cold outside and a little bit windy, so I just bumped the heat level up a little bit to take the chill off my back. I won't run it on high for very long, but I should probably also turn the timer on. There we go. Game Doc says, I envy you here in southern Arizona. It's 71 degrees Fahrenheit, not, quote, Christmassy at all. Yeah. Now, granted, we didn't have a white Christmas, and in fact, it was like 50-some degrees outside on Christmas, but it did allow me to go over to a neighbor's for Christmas dinner. I don't think I would have wanted to have tried to drive on their driveway if it was icy. Gutbomb says, I would love 70 degrees Fahrenheit right about now. Jesse says, 71 during the holidays would be a Merry Christmas in my book. Oh, yeah, Doc says we're usually in the low 60s, high 50s, which is a delightful departure from the rest of the year's 100 plus. Don't get me wrong, I love the heat, but only if there's the promise of a few months break. Catbomb says it's 24 Fahrenheit, feels like 8 Fahrenheit. Woo! Jesse says, my uncles from Florida would agree with my statement. It's 10 degrees freedom units here and snowing again. Yeah. Yeah. All right, there we go. That little blast of a little extra heat helped. Yes, yeah, had planned on starting at 4 o'clock today, but I just kind of realized how cold it was that I was not going to be able to go 8 hours, so that's why I changed the start time to 6. It's a little easier to stop the stream at midnight because I know I have to go to bed. Although, if I do get too cold, I will stop early, but at least having the heater is certainly helping that. Because I think it's supposed to get down to like 22 tonight. 24 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 29 degrees Fahrenheit now. It's supposed to get down to 24 degrees Fahrenheit. But we do have about a 5-mile-an-hour wind, which is probably why I'm well, actually, because I got 2 windows that you can't see them, but the 2 windows in the basement are in front of me. Although I think I still have like 6 to 7 feet between them and me, but it's cold enough outside that I can feel the cold coming off the windows. Because they're not, they're probably not the best sealed windows. Honestly, if I ever finish the basement, I'll probably have to replace those 2 windows with something a bit better. Hi, Thomas. Welcome. You joined us for installing Windows 95 on a UMC PC. And yes, we have Trident graphics. Because if UMC made a video card, I would totally have put it in this system too, but I don't think they made... I can't tell that they made video cards. In fact, I'm not even sure they made I/O controller chips, so I think they might have just really been chipsets and processors and possibly fabbing chips for other people. But I don't know about that. If I do find a UMC video card or a UMC I/O controller, it will go in the system. That's for sure. I am still trying to decide which of my cases this motherboard is going to go in. It is a PC chips motherboard, so it doesn't really deserve... one of my really nice cases. I was kind of thinking of putting it. I've got a DTK case that had a DTK 486 in it. Unfortunately, that motherboard was water and battery damaged, and I had to declare it beyond repair. There is a surprisingly, given how bad the motherboard was, the case only has one spot of rust. Yeah, 99%. All right, so it's probably telling me to, remove the floppy and let it reboot. All right. GameDoc says, "Woo, let's do this." All right, getting ready to run Windows 95 for the first time. Yeah. So I might put this in that DTK case, although if I do, I need to at least fix the rust around one of the standoffs. GameDoc says, slightly hilarious to me that my Threadripper Pro system has the exact same AMI splash screen. Yeah, they have not updated it since the mid-90s. I think on the newer ones, the logo might be a little bigger, but yeah, they have not updated it in decades. Other than maybe the size of the AMI logo. Yeah, that is hilarious. All right, Windows 95. I don't know that I have much plug and play hardware in this system right now. I also have a mini tower case I might put this in. It had a Pentium motherboard in it, but I don't think it was originally a Pentium system. But I kind of almost think I might save that tower case for something else. So the DTK case, yeah, I'll have to think about it. I think I'm leaning towards the DTK case. So I don't think we'll put this in a case tonight, but I am going to turn that off. All right. Set up printer. I don't have a printer. I mean, I do have printers, but not to set up. Oh, wow. Look at that. All right. Let's see here. Alt, enter. Well, all right. So there we go. We have our control. So Windows 95 shows it is a 486. And it does appear as if... Yep, does appear as if it probably detected everything. So let's see here. Displayed... Oh, that's right. Trying to remember how to... Let's see here. Plus, minus, yep. Trident, Super, VGA, yep. Hard disk controllers. Standard IDE, yeah, I guess that... If I really wanted to dig for it, there's probably a better driver I could install. Because this is I think a QDI chipset. So I could probably install a better driver if I wanted to dig for them, but that's fine. Alright, we're totally fine there. Alright. So, Windows 95 shows that it's a 486. So, let's see here. All right, so let's. All right. It's an AT motherboard, so no soft power off. All right. So I do not have the patience to do a Windows 98 install from floppy disks because I think it's like 38 floppy disks. New folder. All right, so let me copy. All right, so I'm going to go grab the 2 updaters. Let's see here. Library. All right, let's see. Windows 98. So, all right, so first edition retail upgrade. All right. So that's going to take a few minutes to acquire. Let's see, Windows 98 second edition. Actually, we will do the Windows 98 second edition update. All right. Capcom says, I installed Office 97 from floppies once. Doc says, surely you must still be in the setup process. All right. So we will. Capcom says it was 45 floppies. Wow. So I guess while we wait for that to. Oh, no, I gotta wait for that so I can copy it to the compact flash card. We'll get the first edition upgrade going. So what I'm going to do, because I need to give it a few, I probably will need to bypass the system checks. I will probably end up booting it from a floppy disk and then running the setup so I can pass it the parameters to tell it to skip the skip some of the compatibility checks. I should probably also. Let me see if I can find some 72 pin sims. Put a little more RAM than 8 megabytes in this because. I think we need a little bit more RAM to have a pleasant experience. box of memory I was looking for. Oh, Jesse says, I thought my docking station speaker died. Nope. Justin is just getting something. Yep. Trying to find some larger memory modules. Oh. Not from that bag, because it says at least one is bad. So, oh, I think there's the, oh, there's the cache chips I was probably looking for during Dave's stream. Okay. Well. Alright, here we go. I found some memory that might work in this system. It might not. Let's give it a try. Because, oh, alright. And then I'll get, let's see if this works. So, this board supports both 72-pin and 30-pin sims in certain cases. It mainly depends on whether I think you've got a single or dual-sided memory module in one of the banks of 72-pin sims. So I'm thinking that, because I'm using single-sided 72-pin sims, I'm thinking this might actually work if the memory works. Or not. Okay, nope, I don't think it likes this sims, or I gotta change a jumper. Let me check the jumper switches. Jumpers. Alright, so bank 0. Oh, that. Oh, okay. According to the jumper guide I have, actually have an incorrect combination of RAM in the board right now. All right. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Okay. So let's try. Try these two sims here. This might only give us 16, but for Windows 98 First Edition, I think that actually would meet the minimum requirement. Oh, actually... Ooh, 32 megabytes. Even better. All right. At least I can't be accused of trying to install Windows 98 with a ridiculously small amount of RAM. 32 megabytes, that's actually halfway decent. It's not, the compact flash card is not present, which is why it's having trouble. All right, let's get the installer copied over. All right. I'm unzipping the ISO image. Yeah, I think the Windows 98 system requirements are a DX266 and like 16 megs of RAM. For the first edition, yep, okay. 24 megabytes of RAM for second edition. But if you tell it to do the no memory check, then you can install it with as little as 8. But come on, let's at least be a little bit realistic. No. All right. So, there we go. All right. So we are copying the installer over now. It says it'll take about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And I guess while that does that thing, let me go ahead and unzip I've got the second edition ISO image. Let me go ahead and unzip that. Or it's the Windows 98 update, as they call it. And I'll go ahead and copy that over. And then we will... Actually, no, I'm thinking I'll try running setup for the upgrade All right. You know what I'll try running the setup program from the GUI first without using a boot disk, and we'll see if it passes the upgrade checks. Oh, I bet I can give it the switch setup on the run. Okay, we'll try running it from the GUI. I'll give it the parameter to not run the minimum requirements check. All right, so all right, let me get the second edition update copied over. You know, I would almost be tempted to put a sound card in this just for the lulz, but I'm not going to. If I really wanted the lulz, I'd bring over the absolutely beautiful case that I bought on Facebook Marketplace for $15 and that RetroTech Chris picked up for me because it was up in his area. And then, funny enough, we were out thrifting earlier this year, and we ran into that seller at his yard sale, and Chris bought another of the same case and donated it to the channel. So I actually have two of the cases, and that case is the one that I bought the made in Germany processor for. All right. There we go. All right. With our 32 whole megabytes of RAM. And 256K of cache. Real cache, not that fake PC chips cache. Because this is one of the motherboards that they did sell with fake cache. But when I got it off eBay, someone had pulled the cache chips off, so I don't know if it actually had fake cache or if it had real cache, but it had sockets. Seemingly had sockets installed from PC chips. All right, so there we go. Windows 95. Hasta la vista. Congratulations on choosing Windows 98, the software that makes your computer more powerful, reliable, manageable, and entertaining. Yeah, you know, those are usually not words I associate with an operating system. let's see here. Oh, there we go. All right. We are off and running. This will hopefully go quicker because we're running it off the compact flash card instead of me using the 38 floppy disks to do this update. This is going as about as fast as I expected for a processor that is half the clock speed that it should be. All right, I accept that agreement. And now, for various reasons, I'm presuming I typed that correctly. How's December going? We are testing a statement on Wikipedia. December's going well. The motherboard I was working on Dave's stream, I've got cache in it, and I've got 32 megabytes of RAM installed in it now. So some RAM that I had actually bought. I think it was on a motherboard I bought for my first PC rebuild. Oh, important announcement on the first PC rebuild project. I have managed to purchase on eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. I have managed to purchase what I believe was my first modem. As useful as that is nowadays. But I'm in it for the accuracy, not the functionality of everything. Of course, granted, I only made the successful offer yesterday. Funny enough, in amongst some discs that Bill Lewis gave me from where he was cleaning out an estate, I think I have the driver discs for that modem. That actually kind of helped me remember what kind of modem it was, because I saw the discs he gave me and they looked familiar, and I think they were the driver discs for the modem that I had in my first PC. So that's kind of a interestingly enough, that jogged a memory. I realize it's going to be about as useful as a QCat, but although QCat could be more useful if you can get it to read actual barcodes. I mean, I do have a phone line simulator somewhere. And I do know there's some of those voice over IP boxes that you can make them turn them into basically an endpoint that you can dial into. So it's not like I can't that it's totally useless. I could set up a simulated internet service provider and dial into it. Yeah, Jesse says you can fix up a dial-up service. Yeah, so I can totally make a pretend dial-up service that I can dial into to then have it connect to the was it like there's a project that's got the old web, like a bunch of the old websites that from the 90s that have been cached, and you can like browse them with old web browsers. So I mean I could totally set something up so I could pretend that I'm actually using it as the 1997 me. Do I want Windows to save my existing system files? No. It's not really necessary, Windows. I don't know that I... we'll skip that. In reality, I'll format and install another... in all reality, I'll probably go back to, like, DOS and Windows 3.1 on this system. Thomas says, get Joe to set up a dial-up service. Computer name, default. Or the jank internet service. Yeah, that'd be the big bad biologist's internet service provider. The yeah. We're not creating a startup disk. It's nice that Windows 95 lets you skip it before it makes you wait. Wow, this computer's so fast. You could actually see the text unroll. Line by line. Almost. All right, we have 71 minutes remaining. I think the one nice thing about my new workbench when I get a chance to build it and set it up is it will be wide enough that I will be able to set 2 computers up on it, hopefully. So if I'm doing a live stream like this where we are doing a build or doing multiple builds, it will be nice to be able to have one build going and maybe running a Windows setup like this. And we could actually work on a second build off to the side while the Windows installs and then come back to it. That will be a nice bonus. And one of the video capture card I use, I think it's got 2 inputs. I know it's got 2 inputs. So I'll probably hook the second input up to my Extron. And that would let me have 2 VGA capture sources. One on my scaler and then one from the Extron. I am hoping that this won't actually take 71 minutes. I'm kind of hoping that as it copies files from the compact flash to the compact flash, that estimated time remaining is going to go down. Thomas is asking, is this a 386 or faster? This is a 486. Now, it doesn't meet the minimum system requirement because it's not a 66 megahertz or faster 486. Because this is one of those UMC 486s. But it does run about like a 40 megahertz Intel 486. Even though it's running at 33 megahertz. But still, it's a 486SX class processor. I did put 32 megs of RAM in it, just to at least make sure we weren't excessively paging. But I knew we would have a little bit of pain here as it copied files. And actually, for all I know right now, it could be removing the old Windows files, because I told it not to keep them. So I think it may be preparing the install. Yeah, given how speedy Windows 98 setup is on this computer, I don't want to see how Windows 98 would actually run on a 386DX, which is actually under the minimum system requirements. Though I may try it someday. Thomas says Microsoft was never good at estimating. Yeah, that is true. There we go. It's actually starting to copy files now. Oh, see right there. Oh yeah, we are on a fast path to a fast estimated time remaining reduction. Look at that. We've gone down 3 minutes in less than a minute. Jesse says Windows 95 barely runs on a 386. Yeah, I know. And yet 386DX is the minimum requirement for Windows 95. Probably, oh yeah, probably because Microsoft didn't want to limit their upgrade pool too much. Game Doc, that 1 minute between 71 and 70 was like time on the ship orbiting the black hole in Interstellar. Yeah. Thomas says, I've run 98 on a 386. Jesse says, I think that was Windows 95 OSR2 on a 386 SL at 25 megahertz. To be fair, a 386DX was the minimum published requirement for Windows 95. Yeah, a 386 SL. Whew. Might have to try that someday just for the lulz. Hi, SJ. SJ, is that SJ Brand EXE? Welcome. Windows 95 was painfully slow on my 386SX20 when I tried. I remember my Windows 98 SE key by heart. So does Joe of Joe's Computer Museum. Thomas says it was a full-size 386 board with 16 RAM sockets. Oh. Yeah, I have a 486 motherboard with 16 RAM sockets, and it's going to require some repairs. I didn't get to that this December, but we'll have to look at it soon. I've got the chip, I think, that I need to replace. GameDoc says, heck yeah. My Windows XP key is my Wi-Fi password to this day. And now, of course, it's seemingly slowed down again as it actually copies files. But oh, we're down to 59 minutes. We have Jack68K. Hi, Jack. Jack says Windows 98. That's not DOS. Well, I would argue that Windows 98 is still DOS. Windows 98 Second Edition we'll also try. It was also DOS. Yeah, Jesse says Windows 98 is shell on top of DOS, therefore DOS. Thomas says DOS, the pillars, till NT. Yes. Although I would, the reason why I don't use Windows Millennium Edition for DOS is because, well, DOS mode, well, you have to re-enable DOS mode in Windows Millennium Edition. So, even though DOS is there, it's not. Kind of fake DOS. Because I know Windows is still running on top of DOS, but you got to actually go re-enable DOS mode to get to it. So I kind of draw the line at Windows 98 Second Edition for DOS because you got to do gymnastics for Windows Millennium Edition. There we go. I needed a little boost on my heater running behind me. Thomas says Windows NT should run fine. Well, we're not going to try NT tonight. The reason, so for those of you that just joined, this is my UMC processor. Wikipedia says, without any footnote or reference, there's a claim on Wikipedia that some of them are detected by Windows 98 Second Edition as a Pentium MMX. So, what I did, Thomas is asking, oh, is it chilly back there? Yeah, it's like 24 degrees Fahrenheit outside is the low. Probably about 27 degrees Fahrenheit now. Yeah, Jack is asking, is UMC the unauthorized Intel clone? Yes. According to Wikipedia, Windows 98 Second Edition detects it as a Pentium MMX, which causes problems. As one might imagine. Because it doesn't support MMX, and it's not a Pentium. But I wanted to put it to the test, so what you're watching now is an upgrade from Windows 95 to Windows 98. I started by installing Windows 95. I wanted to see what it said, and it identified it as an 80486, which is correct. I think for Windows 95, I think it just detects it as a 486. I think if you have a Pentium, it'll say it's a Pentium, but I think for 386 and 486, it gives you a generic part number. Because generally, the 386 and the 486 don't have the CPU ID instructions, so it just knows it's a 386 or a 486. So anyways, Windows 95 correctly identified it. So we're going up to Windows 98. I want to see what Windows 98 detects it as. Because I was kind of thinking that Windows 98 might also misdetect it, but that's not what Wikipedia said. Also, I don't know if the one I have is one that's misdetected. That's the other thing. It just says some of them. So we're putting this to the test for December because Jack says, so there was no driver workaround to help Windows 98 Second Edition detect it correctly. I don't think there was because technically the processor did not meet the minimum system requirements. So I doubt Microsoft did anything about it, and I'm not aware of a driver to correct Windows 98's detection. That's certainly not mentioned in the Wikipedia article. It just says that it's misdetected. So I'm putting it to the test. I want to see, is this one of the UMCs that's misdetected or not? And I mean, not that I'm going to buy more UMC processors to put them to the test, but I'm going to put this one to the test because I have it, and I kind of find it is an interesting bug. Very interesting. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm kind of, I guess the part I find interesting is that Windows 98 detects it correctly, but second edition doesn't, even though in both the processors technically doesn't meet the minimum system requirements. So that, I guess that tells me that did Microsoft remove code in second edition that was helping it identify correctly in the first edition? Or is this, I don't know, maybe I thought Wikipedia might be wrong and maybe it's just Windows 98 in totality. Because Windows 98, the system requirements say a 486, 66 megahertz or faster. So basically, a 486, practically it's going to mean a 486 DX2 66 or faster. I mean, there was, I think AMD did make a 486SX 266. So I guess technically that meets the system requirement. Because I think it just says 486 66. Pentium Pentium processor recommended. So yeah, I kind of find that interesting. So I wanted to put it to the test. All right. I think while we copy files, I am going to take a quick break. But I'm not going to go to be right back. That way, if something happens during the setup, then we'll at least have it on the record. Yeah, Thomas is asking, AMD made the 486 133. Yes, AMD, although technically they called it the 5x86 133, but it was a 486 that was clock quadrupled. But yep, that was AMD. Oh, that would probably, that processor. I have a 486 system that I have one of those upgrade chips in, and I am going to install Windows 98 on it as one of the operating systems. I bet that computer will run Windows 98 probably fairly nicely. I mean, it might not be as useful as a Pentium, but I have a feeling the 486 133 will be, I'll deem it responsive enough that I'm hoping it'll make a neat little 486 system for testing lower end things. But anyways, I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to mute my microphone, but I'm going to leave it on the setup screen in case anything interesting happens. So be cool in the chat. I'll be back down in a few minutes. Yeah, Jack's asking, I wonder which flags Windows 98 checks to identify the CPU. If I recall, 486 didn't have CPU ID instruction. Some of the later 486s, I think the 5x86 had CPU ID, although I could be wrong. Oh, Texas, sorry, didn't mean to delay you taking a break. Yep. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I am back. Oh. Jack says, I'm not sure if I have these details completely right, but it appears that Windows 98 Second Edition may have distinguished 486 versus Pentium based on the ability to set the eflags.id bit 21 and have it stick. It seems that Intel 486 CPUs didn't implement this, but UMC CPUs may have. Distinguishing CPUs is tricky. I've written some fun code for 68K CPUs to do this. I think that's ultimately why the x86 architecture gained the CPU ID instruction so that processors could be more accurately identified rather than resorting to, well, this processor didn't do this. And I have a feeling it probably made it past QA because the UMC processors were under the minimum system requirements. So either no one bothered to test it, or they did and it was not a release stopping bug because the processor didn't meet the minimum system requirements. If anyone's wondering, tonight's soda is cranberry ginger ale. Jack says, the ability to set the eflags.id bit and have it stick apparently is supposed to mean that the CPU supports the CPU ID instruction. Well, it does appear as if when, like, for example, SpeedSys ran, it did get back the string UMC, 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 I presume from the processor. So I think the UMC processor may be supporting at least partial support for CPU ID. Because I think that string would be the same string similar to getting back the string Intel Inside or Authentic AMD. It's possible maybe the Windows 98 Second Edition code, maybe they see it supports CPU ID, then do something else that the UMC processor also supports. And then Jack's saying, I wonder if 98 Second Edition equated the presence of CPU ID with running on Pentium. Although, interestingly enough, I think Windows 98 Second Edition can tell Intel and AMD processors apart. Jack says, yeah, who knows how many parts to their checks there are. Yeah, that's probably the problem. I'm wondering if the UMC processor is managing to go down a check path that it leads it to Pentium MMX. Jack says, I would love to see the code involved in this logic. Well, with a program like Ghidra, if you knew which part of Windows did it, you could probably... I suspect Ghidra could probably do a fairly decent disassembly. Hi, Joe! We have Joe's Computer Museum here. Joe is... Jack says, sure, I'll just disassemble all of Windows 98. Second edition, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's someone on the internet that could probably narrow down what you'd need to disassemble it, because it's probably either something in the kernel or probably something in I don't know. It would be an interesting study. Anyways, we are maybe or maybe not 28 minutes away from seeing if Windows 98 detects this processor as the wrong thing. If Windows 98 detects it incorrectly, then we need go no further. And Joe just gave us the magic parameters. Yes. Yes, I ran this install with /nm. I may need all those parameters for the second edition update. I think nm is the same as no min. It's the no minimums. It tells Windows setup to skip the minimum requirements check. Actually, /IE is not for Internet Explorer. That is I actually have the switches here. So IE skips the startup disk wizard. IV skips the skips displaying the setup screens during an upgrade within Windows. IS is, I think, skip scan disk. Yep, that skips scan disk. NR is no registry check. Okay. And then no min or /nm is no minimum requirements. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a way to skip Internet Explorer in the setup. Jack's asking, is there a flag for only restarting 300 times instead of 400 times? Actually, Windows, if you'll remember when I installed Windows 95, it only restarted once. I think Windows 98 may restart twice. I think it's Windows 11 that restarts like 300 times. Or 400. Yeah, Jesse says Windows 95 only restarts once or twice depending on hardware. That's right. I think given what little hardware I have in this system, I think it only restarted once. I think if I had any plug and play devices, or if that scan had found more hardware, it would have probably required the second reboot. But I think since everything was found in the initial scan, because I have hardly any hardware, I think it only required one reboot. I don't know if there's a said key. I think later versions of Windows, I think there is a way to like script the install so that it doesn't ask you any questions. All right. Extra heat. All right. Yeah, don't run the heater at full blast all the time because by nature where the outlets are, I have to use an extension cord. So that's why I only run it on high heat to remove the chill when necessary, and then I turn it back to low. Although, don't worry, I've got like it's like a 12 gauge extension cord, so it's more than it's rated for more than it needs to be. But still, I don't like running it on high for extended periods on an extension cord, even if the cord is rated for more than, yeah, 12 gauge extension cord is more than capable of handling the 1500 watts of a space heater. But still, I don't like running extension cords full blast all the time, even if they are 12 gauge. Yeah, they are kind of a no-no. That's why I only do this while I'm here watching it. Yeah, I would not. I let it run when I ran upstairs for a few minutes, but I was still within earshot of. Jesse says, you don't want an encounter with your local police or fire department. Yeah, no, I don't. That's why I paid the little extra for the heater I did get, because it's got a timer on it, so I can set the timer when I turn it on. So if I did happen to leave it on, I not only do I have the timer on it to shut itself off, but I also have this plugged into a smart outlet rated for the current, and it is also set to turn off at, like, I think 2 a.m. In fact, everything on my workbench that can draw power is on a smart outlet set to turn off at 2 a.m. So if I did even like leave my soldering iron on, it'll turn off at 2 a.m. In fact, even this computer is plugged into is on the outlet that would shut off at 2 a.m. Dex asking, I wonder if the heater has a 14 gauge cord. Well, now, here's the interesting thing when it comes to appliance cords. If you can demonstrate to the certification agency that the cord is capable of handling the power you're drawing through it, it can pass agency tests. But looking at the cord, it does look like it probably is a 14 gauge cord. Yeah, it gets some. Yeah, the National Electric Code, if you ever read through it, it's depending on what you're doing, will determine what gauge wire you use. Jack says, I think about the cord on my coffee maker and how it's always fairly warm after running. And it also has something to do with some of the gauge requirements have to do with how long the run of wire is expected to be, and the cord on the end of a heater is fairly short, and the cord on the end of a coffee maker is fairly short. So the National Electric Code has different wiring approaches for buildings and appliances. I am definitely not an expert in that, but I have seen the National Electric Code, and there are several different chapters in it. Hi, Jim's Retro Stuff, welcome. We're exploring a UMC 486. We're probably violating the Computing Geneva Convention on this UMC 486, but as Tech Ambrosia would say, because we are slightly violating the minimum system requirements for Windows 98. It has more than enough RAM, but the processor is technically not supported. It runs at half the clock speed of a supported 486. But we're nevertheless exploring this because of a claim on the Wikipedia article on the UMC 486 processor, and I'm investigating because I'm curious. And hopefully in another 20 minutes or so, we will have our answer, at least in terms of Windows 98. All right, so Gutbomb said, okay, I had to drop for a while. Did it report as a Pentium MMX in Windows 95? No, it did not. It reported as an 8486 in Windows 95. So that's our control. We know in Windows 95 it detected correctly, more or less. Because Windows 95 doesn't have a way of telling the 486s apart. So it reported correctly in Windows 95. we're about to have our first reboot of the Windows 98 setup. So hopefully, I'm hoping that maybe within 15 minutes, although the 10 minutes in Windows 98 setup is the longest 10 minutes in the world. Although that first minute of Windows setup was also pretty long. And we'll see what Windows 98 claims it is. Kind of one of those, I'm curious that Windows 98 didn't also misdetect it. Because the Wikipedia article was specific. It says Windows 98 second edition, but there's no footnote and no source for the comment. So we're exploring. Yeah, Joe says the 7-minute stretch. Yes. Yes, the 7-minute stretched minute. Anyways, for those of you just joining, this is a PC chips motherboard. It does have real cache on it because I installed the real cache on it. When I got it from the eBay seller, there were no cache chips on it. So it quite possibly shipped with fake cache, or it shipped with real cache and someone swiped cache chips. But luckily there were sockets already on the board and jumpers, so that was easy to install cache. I've got 32 megs of RAM on it right now, just so at least I can meet the minimum requirement for RAM. The UMC processor is a U5SX 33, so 33 megahertz. It, according to the data I found, performs about like a 40 megahertz Intel, give or take. So it had more efficient microcode. I've got a Trident Visa Local Bus graphics card and a multi-IO Visa Local Bus controller. And that's all that's in the system. Getting ready to run Windows for the first time. Again. I don't know why they didn't say getting ready to run Windows 98 for the first time, because you could be upgrading and you've run Windows before. But anyways, I'm nitpicking at this point. Jack says, I asked ChatGPT and Claude if the exact source code for Windows 98 CPU detection is out there, and the actual answer is no, but that's now how the LLMs choose to answer the questions. Oh. Oh, but that's not how the LLMs choose to answer the question. Okay. Actually, you know that boot time for Windows 98 was not terrible. Maybe it helps that I'm using a Visa Local Bus controller card. Jack says, LLMs are too eager to please. Yeah, I know. They will make up source code for you. Yeah, LLMs will make up the first recipe on the internet. I asked an LLM once, or I guess it was, I think it was ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT what the first recipe posted on the internet was, and it claimed it was a chocolate chip cookie recipe, and it gave a specific person who had published it on the internet. So I did a search to see if that person existed, and I found no evidence of them. So I asked ChatGPT, who is this person you just told me about? And ChatGPT apologized because I caught it in its lie. Like, I'm sorry, sometimes I get information mixed up, or I don't know what it was responding as, but yeah. It was too eager to give me the answer it thought I wanted. When in reality, the answer was That information has been lost to time. For all I know, the first recipe published on the internet was fruitcake. Jack says, oh, it totally makes up people. Yeah. Windows is now initializing its driver database. I always wondered why it couldn't just copy the driver database from the installer instead of having to initialize it. But Windows 98 is now setting up your hardware and plug-and-play devices. Hopefully this will go fairly quick. There's not much hardware in this computer. I mean, it's basically a CPU, cache, chipset, RAM, a multi-IO controller, and a Trident card. I know Windows 98 has drivers for the Trident card built in. I'm fairly sure of it. They may not be the best drivers, but, well, they're drivers. I think they're just standard Trident SVGA drivers. Jesse's asking, what if AI was ran by system admins? Jack says, not the best drivers for not the best video card. Yeah, I know. Hey, it's the first Visa Local Bus card I found when I looked for one. Jesse says, they wouldn't be pleasing people, that's for sure. Yeah. I know if nerds developed AI, it would always probably refer to things with movie quotes. At least that's... like the actual real movie quotes, not some movie quote it makes up. Of course, granted, I guess the movie theaters would... the movie studios probably wouldn't like that for very long. Jack says, maybe I'll ask AI to write me a movie script composed entirely of quotes from other movies. Oh, I guess I realized that, despite the fact I have few hardware items in this computer, it's probably going to take just as long to scan because Windows has to see if it finds anything. And although Windows 95 lets you disable the detection of certain items, so I was able to tell Windows 95, I don't have a network card, I don't have a sound card. I think Windows 98 is going to be trying to scan for all those items. You know, I think this Trident card was made in 1996. Looking at the serial number sticker on it. And the serial number is 9603046440. Which I could maybe imagine might be the 640th card made on March 4th. And the reason why I think that might actually be March 4th in the serial number is because there's another sticker with the text Sound Star on it. I think maybe the retailer that sold the card. Because it's one of those like price tag stickers, but with a number on it. And it looks like they might have sold it, or received it at least, because it might be a receipt sticker when they received it into inventory, of 960327, which could be March 27th, which would be 23 days later, potentially. And then a number 000106 on that same sticker, maybe the 106th card that they received in. 96 seems a bit late for Visa Local Bus, but then again, I guess there would have probably been enough systems around for Visa Local Bus. They might have still been making video cards for Visa Local Bus for upgrades and repairs, so maybe that's not super late. And it probably would have been about the... Yeah, I don't know they would have been making Visa Local Bus cards too much longer, though, because PCI was quickly taking over the 32-bit expansion on computers. There we go. At least it finished detecting hardware. There we go. The 10-minute stretch. Windows is now setting up control panel, which you can use to change settings later. Does that mean I can change settings with the command line or something like that too? I've always wondered that. Joe says, in quotes, 10 minutes. Jack's asking, what is MS-DOS program settings that's so important that it deserves its own listing? Jim's Retro Stuff says, 12 minutes ago it said there was 10 minutes left. I can't tell you, Jack. I'm thinking it might be... Well, whatever it was, it didn't take long on this computer. I think it might be updating PIF files for DOS programs. Garth says, Windows 98. What year is this? Hi, Garth. Welcome. Well, on this stream, we're back in 1998. Jack says, I know, right? We are exploring the UMC 486, and it has taken us to a Windows 98 install. And if you think this is crazy, if we don't see what we might see in Windows 98, we're going to upgrade to 2nd edition. Yeah, here we go. Updating system settings. This is like the longest 7 minutes in Windows install history. Garth says the calendar for 1997 matches 2025, thus 98 will match upcoming 2026. David Starbucks says, upgrade to Windows ME, the best Windows ever. Hi, David. Welcome. Jack says, it's amazing how long installing Windows took compared to installing Mac OS back in the day. Yeah, I think that's because Microsoft was trying to make Windows the be-all, end-all of everything, and Apple was focused on an operating system. Although I guess once Apple got to like OS 9 and OS 10, well, it started to get bigger. But yeah, System 7 was fairly lightweight. I'm trying to think, in 98, that would have been, I guess System 9 would have been out. Yeah, that installs fairly quickly, though. Yeah. Garth says System 7 was practically DOS. Yeah, I know. System 7 installs really quickly on just about any Mac. Joe says, Win 9X. The version's so good, they released it 3 times in 4 years. And Joe is so right. Jack's asking, how many PNPs were on you? Use a joke from Friends. Yeah, I have no plug-and-play devices in this computer. Granted, this computer is basically a motherboard with a video card and an I/O controller, but there you go. For anyone that hasn't seen the computer. Oh, Jack says the original joke being, the camera adds 10 pounds. How many cameras were on you? All right, don't worry. At least the drums are still drumming. The hard drive light, activity light, is still blinking. Even though this is like the longest 7 minutes in Windows setup history. In baseball, you have the seventh inning stretch. In Windows 98 setup, you have the 7-minute stretch. Joe says, now in the 4th minute of 7 minutes. Yeah. Jack says, also, the slowest drum roll ever. Yeah. Garth says, also, Happy New Year's Eve to all. Yes. Yes, while we wait for this 7-minute stretch, all right, I have no further planned streams for this year. However, next year, which is only 2 days away, I don't have any other planned streams this week. Joe says, still 7 minutes. Yeah, I know. Jack says, at this rate, Windows 98 won't be done installing until 2026. Yeah, seriously. Next week, I'll be back to my regular streaming schedule of Tuesday and Thursday. So, yeah, Joe says, and then it will blow through 6 through 2 in like 30 seconds. Yeah. Well, Garth, I don't have a mouse plugged in, or otherwise I would plant the cursor over the progress bar. That's why I'm watching and making sure the hard drive activity LED is blinking. You can't see it, but I can. It's blinking. Garth says, oh, okay, counting blue chunks in that progress bar, and I see it stuck at 8. Yeah. It's because Microsoft and time estimation it's never been their strong suit. And I think what we're going to see is that it's going to unstick, and we're going to see it go from 6 to 2 minutes, and that progress bar is going to go really fast. But whatever it does while it's at 7 minutes remaining, on any system I've seen, takes way longer than a minute. I think even on the fastest supported computer, it still takes more than a minute. Yeah, I think you'd be okay if you reset at this point. I think it would just start. It would start back at the Windows 98 setup. So whatever it's doing, it has I think it has some sort of an ability to try to recover from a lockup. Jack says, I feel like anything that's absurdly slow involves the registry. Yeah, for sure, this is registry. Any minute now, it'll unlog jam. And then we'll boot into Windows 98 and we'll answer the question, does it see it as a Pentium or a 486? Garth says, they're building a driver information database. That takes time, folks. Be patient. Jim's Retro Stuff says, any 10 minutes now. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, seriously. In all seriousness, it will take off any minute now and be done in almost no time at all. I think Dave's Garage has done a video on. I want to say he did a video on why time estimation in Windows is so bad, but I could be imagining a video. Or it may not be a dedicated video, but it might be something he touches upon in some video. Just says, hey, look, 7 minutes. I know. It's like, I mean, seriously, you know it's creating new registry keys and populating them and whatnot. Jack says, we've, quote, solved the problem with indeterminate spinners. Garth says, hey, look, 8 blue status bar chunks. I mean, seriously, I'm not joking. The moment that estimated time goes to 6 minutes, those blue chunks are going to go like gangbusters. is like whatever it does at 8 blue chunks in the progress bar. It's almost like this Windows 98 setup dialog needs 2 progress bars. One for the overall step and one for the sub-step it's on. So at least you can see that it is doing something, just very slowly. Garth says, hey, I hear you. Let's all keep up hope. Yeah. Yeah, this is the point where I could probably take another break and it might still be running when I get back. Joe says, I have installed Windows 98 over 1,000 times. It's fine. Just be patient. Yeah. Jax says, wasn't there an installer program on old Windows that used 3 progress bars? I think they were vertical. Oh yeah. But I think those weren't progress bars. They were free memory, free hard drive space, and looky there, we're at 6 minutes. Hi, Mega, welcome. Joe says, and there's another blue chunk. 6 minutes. See? We're moving. Yeah, look at that. We are moving now. I told you, once we got to 6 minutes, we were going to have broken the logjam. See, we're down to 5 minutes. We are really moving. 4 minutes. Mega's asking, how do you feel about Windows 98 Quick Install? I haven't tried it yet, and Windows 98 Quick Install would have not allowed us to do what we're doing right now. Because that would have just jumped us right up to Windows 98 Second Edition. No in-betweens. For those of you that just joined, we're putting something that Wikipedia says to the test. And that, in order to properly do it, we first installed Windows 95. Saw that the UMC 486 was detected as a 486 in Windows 95. Now we're doing a Windows 98 update to the first edition, and Jack says, imagine this on a 4,500 RPM hard drive. Yeah, I know. You know, maybe I will look up Windows 98 Quick Install, because quite honestly, we could probably quick install the second edition. But guess I was thinking it oh, there is the other thing though. Okay. No, we're not going to use quick install. There was the one other thing that it is possible. I wanted to go with a Microsoft install to rule out someone having fixed this and I wasn't aware of it. Joe says, I had all the drivers pre-installed for all my system images. It would just boot. Jesse says, for a 3600 RPM hard drive. Ugh. Jim says, the last minute will probably take 10. No, actually, the last minute will probably take a minute. Or maybe 2. So actually, we are going to just run the update. Because the quick install is patched. And I don't want the patch to potentially affect what we're testing. I don't think what we're testing has been patched by anyone, but I want to verify that too. Then maybe we'll look at quick install on something else. Basically, the Wikipedia article on the UMC CPU says that Windows 98 Second Edition detects some of them as a Pentium MMX processor. Joe says, and now the driver pains begin. 486 plus Windows 98 sucks. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Yeah, I don't have a mouse attached. That would require me to go find a serial mouse. Please wait while Windows builds a driver information database. Wait a minute. I thought we already created this once. At least it's running at a decent enough speed. Joe says, whoa, it has your video driver. Yeah. I can tell by the color of the teal. Yes. That is one good thing about using a Trident video card. Microsoft has the built-in driver. Because, yeah, well, I think we are in 256 color mode. Updating system settings. Garth says 5x86 or 586 or Pentium or 486 or... Yeah. Setting up personalized settings for Internet Exploiter 4.0. Excellent. One of my least favorite versions. Applets, fonts. Nothing. How exciting. Windows Desktop update. Yay, we'll have a Windows Desktop. Power policy settings. System information. Ooh. Multimedia. Yeah, this thing's going to be a multimedia powerhouse, folks. Shell. Color schemes. Joe says, the slow setup speed is 100% to 486 being a 486. All right, start menu, links bar, telephony. More applets. Sound schemes. Online services, all right. We'll be able to dial into AOL anytime now. Paint. Calculator. How many settings does Calculator have on 98? Come on. Multimedia. Jack says, you know what this board needs? Some cache. Jack, we have cache in this board. A real cache. It has it. I've confirmed. Oh, that's right. I forgot. This BIOS isn't enabling the cache correctly. Joe says, this board needs a 440BX board with a Pentium 166. Yeah, it's got real cache on it, but the BIOS isn't correctly enabling it. I forgot about that. That would probably help. I had to pull the BIOS out that correctly configures it in order to install one that actually supported a larger disk. but unfortunately the larger disk BIOS doesn't enable the cache correctly. Joe says time to install MR BIOS, or as I like to refer to it, Mr. BIOS. Mr. BIOS doesn't have a BIOS for this board, I already checked. Mega says P166 on 440BX is wild. What? Lol. I just personalized settings for default channel setup. Yeah. I think I'm going to have to go find a serial mouse just so I can close some things. Jack says, buttery smooth animation. Yeah. Jim's retro stuff. Oh my, that is slow. Garth says, "Gah!" Yeah. Big Mike. Hi, Big Mike. Says, play the Weezer video. Mega says, bong incoming. No, there's no sound card. Which is actually probably just as well. David Starbucks says, unlimited power. Joe says, it wants to animate. It can't, but it wants to. Have you ever wondered how the animation works? Well, now you know, because it's drawing it so slow, we can see each individual move. We are going to go Alt-S. Oh, wait. First we're going to Alt-Tab. We're going to do Alt-S, and then we're going to do Alt-F4. And then I'm going to try to change to the... let's see here. Alt-Enter. Well, look at there. We have the processor is detecting as UMC x86 family stepping 3. Joe says, this is the visual representation of why setup was so slow. Yeah. Oh. Jack says, oh yeah, that's right, the stupid channel thing. Yeah, I don't know how to, without a mouse, I don't know how to turn it off. Alright, so let's see here. Settings. Colors. And I hit the wrong key. Alright, let's see here. It was colors. Let's see, Alt-A. Sure, we will restart. Gutbum says UMC cubed. Joe says 486SX garbage. Yeah. I am so sorry for you, Justin. It makes good content, though. Yeah. Joe says it does have the video driver. Maybe. Shrug. Jack says after you switch to 256 colors, I want to see the animation again. I don't have a serial mouse handy. That would require me to figure out where I put the serial mouse. Yeah, I would like to see the animation again, but unfortunately I told it not to start it. Gutbomb says, okay, ME next. Nope. We're not going to ME next. We are going to second edition. Joe says, now that's the teal we're looking for. Yeah, struggle bus. All right, so let's close that. All right. Run. Oh, that's so nice. Look at that. Welcome to Windows 98 setup. Awesome. Continue. All right. Just says, ooh. Now installed on a 386SX. I've done it. It's not great. All right, let me see here. I want to add an item. Go. All right. Go. All right. So while we're waiting for that, let's see here. All right. All right. So I accept. All right. Now, David's asking 46SX means 46 super explodey. Uh, yeah. Windows 98 Second Edition supposedly detects this as a Pentium MMX. All right, I am trying to locate the key. Um. All right. Hold, please, while I enter the key that I think I need for this particular edition here. You would hope, but due to some YouTubers having trouble with Microsoft, I'm being careful. Granted, I am not exactly sure what their video was on that had the trouble with Microsoft, but you can't be too careful these days. But you are right. I hope Microsoft has bigger fish to fry than. Mega says, taking a trip to WinWorld PCSE. Yeah. Maybe. You might be onto something. And this is the Windows 98 second edition update, which requires a different key than like the Windows 98 second edition retail or OEM, or at least I think it does. Anyways, interestingly enough, it does look like my scaler is cutting off the left side of the screen. It also looks a bit distorted, but yes, Windows 98 Second Edition was a paid upgrade, but it was like $30 or something like that. David says no one paid for it in reality. Jack says they couldn't be bothered to call it Windows 99. Well, Windows 99 might have implied it was a major version. Joe says I paid for it. This was before my career. Yeah, I remember paying for it too. I think it was like $30. Granted, I think you didn't get a retail box. I think all you got was like the CD and a slip cover with the number printed on it. Yeah, this particular installer does require you to have Windows 98 installed. Just as I had the box for the longest time, I may still have it. I was not thinking the second edition update, the actual update from first edition to second edition. I didn't think that came in a box. Although maybe it depended on how you got it. Oh, Joe says, I bought it in the box in a store. Oh, I think I may have ordered it from Microsoft. Maybe that's why it didn't come in a full retail box. I might have ordered it from Microsoft. And I think if you ordered it from Microsoft, it came in like the CD slip cover with the product ID and like a. Joe says my version allowed both clean install and upgrade, so yeah. Okay, maybe that's why the one I remember buying didn't allow for a clean install. Jack's asking, did you buy it for the improved USB support or for Internet Explorer 5? I don't remember why I bought it, honestly. Probably for the improved USB support. Oh, Mega says if you start this from DOS, it will ask you for a previous Windows or DOS disk. Okay, well, maybe this one would allow me to clean install, but it would ask me for a Windows 98 disk. Because this particular installer I'm running is the one that only goes from 98 first to second edition. There were other upgrades as well that would have supported more upgrades. Francois says, oh no, how am I not sleeping? Do I want to save my existing files? No, because we're going with reckless abandon. Also, I don't know that I have enough space on this compact flash to save everything. Jack says a 79-minute Windows 98 second edition install should put you to sleep. David Starbucks asking, Francois, do you ever sleep? Establishing your location. Yes, I am in the United States. Excellent. We're now, I forgot to give it the, I should have given it the parameter to not even do the startup disk. Yeah, Joe's reminding me I could have launched setup from the command line with all the switches and skipped all the menus. Yes, I messed up. I should have given it all the parameters. I did not. To be fair, I couldn't copy and paste them from the chat because I'm running on a physical computer. But yeah, I could have typed them in. That's my fault. Joe says it's running extra slow too because you're running setup from inside Windows. This poor CPU. Joe says water cool it, overclock it to 133 megahertz, give it 5.8 volts, etc. Gutbomb says you're just giving the CPU some cardio. Yeah. One, two, three, four. All right, now we'll get some other arm stretches. Joe says to Gutbomb, I'll need a cardiac surgeon after this. This UMC processor survived who knows what alongside being sold on eBay. I'm pretty sure it'll survive a Windows 98 setup. Jax says you could have at least enabled the cache first. I did enable the cache, but this BIOS did not enable it. This BIOS is one of those that's complicit in the fake cache scheme, so it doesn't actually enable the cache. I didn't know that, but I ran into a problem. My choice was either large disk support, so that I could use a compact flash card large enough to hold all the installers and resulting installed OS, or cache, and I probably chose poorly. Maybe I should have gone and found a disk overlay program to fix the large disk problem and been done with it, but I don't like disk overlays because they're proprietary. Jack says, lol, the BIOS cache switch does nothing. Yeah, it did nothing. So here's the BIOS chip I programmed on DaveStream. It's the award BIOS for this motherboard. It enables the cache. Now, granted, it prints out that you have 256K of cache, no matter how the cache is set or how much you have installed, but it actually enables the cache. So this one's going back in the board, but it has a 528 megabyte hard drive limit. In order to do what I'm doing now, I needed a gigabyte. Yeah, I put 32 megs of RAM in it. Yeah, the award BIOS properly enables the cache. There's no Mr. BIOS for this board. I looked. In fact, this chipset isn't even on the list of known Mr. BIOS versions. The chipset's not even mentioned. So I don't know if that's because it's an oversight in the list, because there seemingly are newer chipsets that have Mr. BIOS available. Jesse's asking, what about a Ms. BIOS? All right, good night, Francois. Yeah, this BIOS isn't winning any awards, but I wanted to just get started, so I didn't bother trying to find another solution to the Joe says, I am fetching my 386SX right now. So anyways, the AMI BIOS doesn't support the cache for this board. Apparently it's been borked. It might be possible to fix the BIOS, but I don't know the first thing about how the AMI BIOS works to try to figure out where the override code is. Apparently the award BIOS, it just simply prints a fake number, but the cache enable seems to be working. So, yeah, I was kind of... I guess what maybe I should have done if I'd had time is I should have maybe well, no, there's a reason I didn't. So, I could have programmed an XTIDE BIOS onto a ROM chip and put it in a network card, except for the fact that I don't have any cleaned blank EPROMs to do that. I'm out of the size that I would need for that to put in the network card, because I've got network cards that are just, they're picky about the size of the BIOS you put in them. And by cleaned, I mean have cleaned the sticker off the window so I can actually erase it. I need to order some more. Oh. Yeah, the cache thing was a racket. In fact, yeah. I mean, memory was expensive in the early to mid 90s. I think up until 97, memory was like expensive. I built my first PC at about the right time for memory prices to start falling. So I was actually able to put like 16 megabytes in the thing without spending an arm and a leg. Mega's asking, why not EEPROM? I don't have any EEPROMs of the correct size. In fact, I did look to try to order some EEPROMs, and I could not find at a reasonable price EEPROMs of the correct size. And the size I need is not one that's still made, so... Jack says, imagine building a system with fake cache and a mini scrap brick drive. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, cache, real cache was expensive, so in order to try to make extra money or make cheaper parts, I don't know which, PC Chips was putting fake cache chips on their motherboards. Not all of them. Some of them did have real cache. The dip style fake cache chips, usually the motherboard traces are wired for cache chips. Presumably because they maybe had boards that had cache on them that maybe went to reviewers. If there were review samples that went out to, say, magazines that review motherboards, but so I don't know how many of them got real versus fake cache, but yeah. But anyways, obviously the BIOS routines normally would detect how much cache you have and print out the real number, but in order to have fake cache and fool people, they modified the BIOS so that it would just usually would print out a number. I've seen a couple different cases. Some of them, I think if there's no cache, it'll print 256K. If it detects cache, it'll print the actual value. The award BIOS for this motherboard, it just prints 256K, regardless of how much cache there is. But the enable actually works in the BIOS. But this AMI BIOS, the enable's there. You can set cache to enabled, but obviously, however, they had to override the BIOS to fool it. It's obviously not actually enabling the cache. Jack's asking, so what were the fake cache chips? Were they just cache chips that were binned as non-working? No, they actually were fake cache chips. I have one right here from another motherboard. That is a fake cache chip right there. Notice, well, actually, let me see if I can zoom in on it. Oh, now, don't. So it actually looks like it's a cache chip. It says right back. It's got a part number. It's got a manufacturing date. It's got leads on it. It was soldered onto the board. But don't let this chip fool you. This is a piece of plastic with legs inserted into it. There is actually there's no IC at all in this chip. It is plastic with legs inserted into it. Somewhere I've got a live stream where I actually cut one of these apart. So it's a dummy chip. There's nothing in it. Now, if you go watch the Big Bad Biologist's last stream, where he was working on a PC chips motherboard that had cache, his board actually had fake cache chips that actually had a lead frame in it, and then in the middle of the chip there was something like a piece of silicon or a rock or something. So obviously the ones that were in the Big Bad Biologist's motherboard were ones that were designed to fool an X-ray inspection. So there were fake cache chips that they made that would fool an X-ray inspection, because there's a lead frame in it, and then a silicon chip or something that looks like it could be a SRAM IC in the chip. So if you X-ray it, you'll see what you expect, but it's a fake chip. Jesse says, cache chips designed by farmers. Yeah, profit farmers. Yep. Yeah, Mega says, plastic dummies with legs that go nowhere. Yeah, the ones that were in my board that I don't know where the board is. Yeah, they were just dummy chips. There's no lead frame, so if you'd X-ray inspected them, you would have seen that they were fake chips. I don't know. Oh, referring to the rock comment. Jack says, it's a lot of trouble to go through to manufacture fake chips. That's just how expensive SRAM chips were. The plastic was cheap. The metal legs were cheap. It was the silicon that was expensive. Joe says, booting to DOS. Yeah. I am regretting more and more using a BIOS that has no cache enabled. Or rather, it's not that there's no cache. We're only working with the L1 cache in the processor. The L2 cache is not enabled. Oh, wait a minute. It just dawned on me something. Okay, this is... Okay, I'm feeling dumb now. I just realized the reason why this AMI BIOS might not have the cache enabled is there's no turbo switch. It just dawned on me. I have another board that I realized that I had another board that the cache would not be enabled with the AMI BIOS on it. But at one point, I realized the problem is that the AMI BIOS doesn't enable the L2 cache unless you have the turbo switch on. It's a difference between the AMI and the award BIOS for some of these boards. So I bet... I wish I'd remembered this sooner. First, because the system is on, I do need to look up the proper location for the turbo switch. All right, so the turbo switch is JP22, which is... All right. Should be this one right here. I don't know if that's going to help, but... Let me put it this way. There's not much worse I could do to this board. Just says, I don't have the correct DOS disk. We're all writing a new one. Jack's asking Joe, are you trying to win with getting installed before Justin does? Joe says yes. On the 386SX. Jack's asking how fast. Okay, I am not sure that really did much, but... I maybe sort of second guessing not using the faster install method, but I didn't want pre-installed patches to potentially affect this test. Jesse says, 386SX versus unauthorized chip. Let's go. Gupum says, the screen seems like it's getting darker and darker, like it's falling asleep. You know, I'm not exactly sure putting the turbo switch jumper on was the panacea that it was claimed to be. I think it's actually going faster without a turbo jumper. Okay, it is entirely possible this AMI BIOS just is broken in terms of cache support. That is how they fake the cache. Jack says there is no computer in the picture with those people. You're right, and there's no computer in the picture of those people either. So Windows 98 will make old people smile as they're not using a computer. Okay, that's a pretty bold claim. All right, let's see here. Okay, I will have to find a. I will find a serial mouse before we do anything serious. All right. All right. Jack says you've got like an hour to find a serial mouse. You underestimate where I could have hidden my serial mouse. All right. I'll see if I can find a serial mouse. Joe says this is the wrong boot disk doing some magic. Well, this is like the slowest processor I could have ever found for this. All right. I'm going to find a. All right. Yeah, we're at 21% because the L2 cache is not enabled because I'm blaming fake cache bias changes. All right, I'm going to see if I can find a serial mouse. And I'll stand in front of the heater to warm back up. Uh-oh. Windows setup cannot completely install Windows. You need to run setup again and choose safe recovery when prompted. Oh, that's nice. You see, that's what happens when I gotta look for a mouse. Alright. Well, at least I have a mouse now. Alright. You started setup from Windows. Type Win to restart Windows, and then run setup again. Alright. Do not delete any files or reconfigure your system. If setup and started copying files, your previous version of Windows may not run properly. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, well, I've got a mouse now. There we go. Alright. Oh, well, Windows picked up my serial mouse right away. That's good. I'm wondering if I should just go to DOS mode and restart setup. It would certainly be quicker. Power profile.dll, whatever. Okay. Although, according to what that screen said, it said to rerun setup from Windows and choose safe recovery when prompted. I'm going to do exactly what it told me to do. I'm also preparing to cheat a little bit. All right. Oh, Mega says, I think you ran out of space. Oh. Well, there should have been enough room. I told it not to keep the old version of Windows, but that is entirely possible. I ran out of space. Although you say that, so let me double check. Is it possible I ran out of space? Well, I guess it's conceivable I ran out of space. Let me do this. I don't need the Windows 98 installer. That was burning a Windows 98 Second Edition install CD. Yes, I have blank CDRs as well. Mega says I can't wait for Pico IDE. I'm going to try to give this every best chance of working. All right, so I just freed up. All right, that should be plenty of free space now. There's shutdown, restart in MS-DOS mode. All right, so let's see here. So cache check. All right, so it's seemingly showing a cache enabled. So if I put the turbo switch on, oh yeah, okay. So it looks like caches are enabled. So all right, we can stop that. We'll It's obviously wrong. All right, so oh, so you have to run this setup from Windows. Great. All right. Joe says Justin probably wins. Frankie just died. Uh-oh. I take it that Joe's been having trouble trying to boot an OS on it because his computer is failing. All right. Well, I have freed up space on the compact flash card, if that is the problem. It looks like the Windows 98 second edition update requires you to run setup from Windows. It is possible that maybe I should have used quick install, but I didn't want any patches to have possibly affected the test we're trying to perform. At least now I've got a mouse so I can drag files. All right, continue. All right. Although, it's possible that Windows problem could that have been it thinking it was a Pentium MMX? And it tried to do something Pentium-y during boot? I don't know how we would prove that without being able to see what Windows 98 thinks the computer is, but Jesse says 30 to 60 business days. Yeah. All right. All right. Oh, it was in the middle of copying files. Okay. Didn't seem like it was an intentional restart. Okay, well then that very possibly is maybe a sign that I did run out of disk space. I mean, there was 350 megabytes free, but although there's that's I mean, I don't know what the Windows installer is doing. It's possible it's creating a whole new Windows directory and then deleting the old version. Maybe it did run out of disk space. Or maybe it got to a point where it thought it was going to run out of disk space and it stopped so that it didn't actually run out of disk space. Jack says, I doubt it was trying to execute MMX instructions to speed up file copy. Yeah, that is probably true. Yeah, of course it would have an error while I'm trying to find a mouse, but at least I got a mouse now, so I can so just a Microsoft serial mouse. Actually, it's kind of an interesting one. It's a Microsoft serial mouse adapter for a Microsoft bus mouse. Although I think the mouse does say serial. Yeah, it's a Microsoft import mouse, and then it's a Microsoft adapter for the import mouse, so you can plug it into a serial port. I think I bought it on eBay so that I could have one mouse that could work with multiple types of mouse schemes, i.e., a bench mouse. So I could work with both bus cards for Microsoft import, and also for serial port, and then I'd have a PS2 mouse. Although the serial adapter kind of implies that there may actually be an adapter to go from PS2 to import. Say no there. You know, I maybe I did run out of disk space because the fact that it was able to roll back to Windows 98 or at least boot back into it implies that it hadn't actually deleted the old Windows directory yet. Also, I don't know when setup is supposed to ask me if I want to recover the install. Because it certainly hasn't asked me to do that yet. Jack says, apparently the only thing it deleted was powerprofile.dll. Yeah, that is the weird thing. Well, it's not necessarily that it deleted it, but it can't start it now. It's possible that it copied a new version and hasn't properly, or it can't run with the old Windows 98. I don't know. Joe says, I don't have a right-sized compact flash card for Frankie. 256 megabytes is too small, 2 gigabytes is too large. All right. Well, I'm going to prepare for the possibility that yeah. Oh, Joe says just did. Okay, cool. All right. All right. Just in case we have problems installing again. All right. I'm going to do a few things differently if I have to try this a third time. Joe says, I might still win. He's at 71 minutes and I know tricks. And the thing is, Joe could run the install from DOS because he's doing a fresh install. Joe says, copying setup files to C. Well, I have copied the setup files to C. It's just not working well. Joe says, we'll set up complete on a 3D6SX with 4 megabytes of RAM before whatever this thing is that Justin has, and will it even run LOL? I doubt it. I'm enjoying some heat. While we wait. There we go. Texas status. Performing unspecified install related tasks. Yeah. Couldn't tell you what it's doing. The hard drive activity light's blinking occasionally. It's preparing to copy new system files to your computer. I think it's strategizing how to draw the progress bar. Hey, Eric's Edge, welcome. We are updating Windows 98 to 2nd edition. The hard way. If this doesn't work, then I have downloaded Windows 98 Quick Load, which I was trying to avoid doing because it has the patches installed already, but also to use it I would have to I will have to find a CD-ROM drive. That's the other problem. Gutbomb says, you're not using floppies, it's not the hard way. Well, you can't install Windows 98 2nd edition with floppies. There is no floppy installer. Oh, look at that nice couple there that has no computer. Yeah, Windows got better for them, even though they're not at their computer. I mean, it looks like that guy might be holding a printed Excel spreadsheet, but I'm not sure. I don't know how well it's coming across on the stream. Eric says, I installed it OS 7.6 once with floppies for fun. Mega's asking, I wonder if it could be done. Would be useful for GoTech users. Bum says, not with that attitude. She has a pencil, yeah. Yeah, you're right. She's holding a pencil. He's holding what looks like it might be a printed out Excel spreadsheet. And I see no signs of a keyboard in front of them. Gutbum says, Windows 98 worked so well they don't have to be at the computer all the time. Yeah. She's correcting the printout of a spreadsheet, says Jack. Yeah. Eric says, I've been banging my head on a code wall all day long. Oof, I've had those days. Jesse says, lol. Jesse says, they're not using Windows 98, thus it works for them. Alright, waiting for the next, I think the next picture is of an older couple that also appears to not be in front of a computer. All right. Jack says that's the best way to experience Internet Explorer 5. All right. In the event, all right, I guess I'll download that. Joe says it's failing to install for me on the 386. Justin wins. It says it can't install on the 386 even with the NM switch. Boo hiss. Probably because I don't have an FPU. Well, this UMC CPU does not have an FPU. Jack says it needs the FPU to do floating point math to calculate install progress. Joe says, let's try some science. It might need 8 megabytes of RAM. The Wikipedia article on Windows 98 implies that it will install with as low as 8 megabytes. Oh, Joe says, if it was RAM, then it would complain about RAM, not the CPU. Oh. Interesting. Okay, well, then maybe it's not. Maybe it is CPU and not RAM. I wonder if there's an instruction on the 486 that's not on the 386? Because that might be the actual problem. Although Wikipedia seems to imply you can install it on a 386, but 98 has 386 support, it's baked in. They just didn't want you installing it on the 386. Um, is it failing? How quickly is it failing in setup, Joe? Because I found another parameter you might try. There is a /nh that says it's for Windows 98 only. You might try adding that one to your repertoire and see if that gets you any further. I don't know when it runs run once. Oh, Mega says, I think compilers just targeted 386 for wide compatibility. Hi, Lazy Bite Boy. Welcome. As I bet Google AI Overview has the correct answer. Wouldn't surprise me if Google AI View tells you to run Windows 11 so that you can run Google Chrome. Jesse says, hey, look, another couple with no computer. And I've got a mouse now, so I can um, select a file by simply moving the mouse pointer over it, which I think I turn off almost immediately because I find it annoying. Jack says, they look very happy about not having a computer. I can imagine that couple, they signed up for a let us take your picture and we'll give you a new computer, and they're smiling because they're going to get one of those latest new never obsolete computers with Windows 98 second edition on it. Or they're smiling because they have no computer and they're totally worry free about it. All right. I am cautiously optimistic because this is about the point where it stopped working last time, I believe. Because I know I went to go find the mouse when that couple was, when their photo was on the screen. All right. It says NH didn't work either. Sad face. I have done this before. Yeah, I've heard about people doing it before too. I know it's possible. Well, there is one other possible parameter here. I see. I don't know how well it'll work, Joe, but you could try this one. Even though I don't think you have a gateway or a micron, but maybe the cause is the same. I mean, I can't guarantee that that parameter will work because it says it allows it to run on some older gateway and micron computers with an early BIOS, but doesn't really elaborate why that makes it work. Well, I am going to face the heater for a moment or two. It says it grumpy, it no likey. Yeah. Although I know, um, do you have an extra 4 MB you can put in the system? Just to humor us. I mean, I'm with you. Seemingly, if it was unhappy with the amount of RAM, it would give you a RAM error. But maybe QA on whatever day they were testing that was having an off day, and they didn't catch the error, the misleading error message. Oh yeah, also I'd like to comment that mom and son presumably is what Microsoft is going for there. Uh, that is really nice how they're at a physical globe and not a CD-ROM encyclopedia or a CD-ROM world atlas. They are really selling Windows. But granted, this installer would be run by people that already have Windows. So I guess maybe they don't really need to sell Windows. Lazy Bite Boy says, there's not many examples of 386s running 98 on YouTube, surprisingly. Seems like we might need to fix that. Although it kind of seems like we might have gotten past the problem area from before. Although it's certainly taking its sweet time to copy files. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to make sure we had a stock install of Windows, I would have used the quick load Windows 98. Actually, yeah, I'm trying to stay closer to the heater. It's now that it's gotten the colder it's getting outside, the more I feel the cold just kind of radiating off the windows. Mega says Windows 98 Quick Load has a stock install. Well, that wasn't. I could not tell that from a quick read of their um, GitHub. It says you can pick between three stock 98 SE, 98 SC with a bunch of patches, and ME. Joe wants to see if it'll actually install just for fun. Oh, Mega says, oh, never mind. I forgot. They're all patched. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, I don't think the patches will have fixed this problem because Wikipedia doesn't mention anything about a patch. But just to prove it out, I wanted to upgrade to Windows 98 Second Edition like you would have back in the day and see it reported as a Pentium MMX potentially. If I wasn't conducting this experiment for the research purposes, then I totally would try Windows 98 Quick Load. I don't need to go through the installer, but we're conducting an experiment, so I do need to use the installer. All I can say, though, is that anyone back in the day that would have gone through this install, if they were brave enough to face this install as long as it's taking, well, they deserve to be able to run Windows 98 Second Edition on their UMC 486, not approved by Intel CPU. Of course, granted, Intel tried to make the AMD processors not approved, but, well, AMD had licenses to the platform, so Intel kind of had trouble on that front. UMC, on the other hand, had no licenses to the platform, so Intel was able to get them with patent infringement. Although I think, as someone pointed out on Dave's stream, the reason Intel probably went after them is because they made a better processor. I guess the theory would be that if they'd made a clone that was really way inferior than Intel's processor, would they have even bothered? It's possible that Intel might have not bothered. But they made a potentially better processor, so Intel, well, wanted to try to get them off the market, and they succeeded in the US at least, which is probably where possibly where the patents were actually registered. Lazy Boy Bite Boy's asking, anyone pick up some future regrets projects this holiday season? I've bought a few things on eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. The Socket 939 processor that I opened during Wheel of Regrets is one of them. That's for a specific project. I have a couple other processors. I've got a couple other processors inbound from eBay sellers as well. Two of them are so I can choose after I recap a board that I think I had on Wheel of Regrets last live stream, but I got to recap the board. It's one that had an Athlon, or I think it has an Athlon or Duron 750 on it, and I want to install something slightly faster on it if I get it running. So I've got two processors that are candidates for that. And a Socket 7 processor that was really cheap. It's a K62-300, but it's one of the 66 megahertz frontside bus variants. So it was designed that if you had a Socket 7 motherboard that had support for its voltage rating, but 66 megahertz, you could install it on it, because it internally turns the 1.5 multiplier into a 3.5 multiplier. Is that right? 66 times, yeah, or 4.5. Yeah, I guess it turns the 1.5 multiplier into a 4.5 multiplier internally, so that you could install it on a motherboard that maybe the motherboard didn't support the right multiplier, but it did support the right voltage. So they're kind of neat. Jesse says, I wanted to buy 3 LTE 8086 laptops, but decided against it. Oh yeah, I bought a big box game. I bid on it yesterday, Joe says I'm about 30 seconds from stealing the Windows 98 compact flash card from my 486 machine. Yeah, One Bit Fever Dreams had posted an eBay auction to a big box game for the Mac 512K. And here's the weird thing. So I made an offer to the seller because they had listed it auction style or best offer. So I made an offer to the eBay seller for, I think it was like, I want to say $45, just given comps. So there were a couple this game that had seemingly sold for about $100, but there were a whole lot more that were selling from the $40 to $50 range. So I made an offer of $45 just to end the auction, sell it to me right there. And they never responded. I didn't figure they would. But it was kind of let's see if I can make an offer and get it, because it seems like a neat game. It had the box, it had the discs. It looked like it was pretty much complete. Well, either they declined my offer or just never responded, so it expired. Anyways, I go to bid on it at the end of the auction, and I ended up winning it for like $28. So I guess it's just as well they didn't accept my offer. Jeff says, I'm trying Windows 98 First Edition at a test. That's not a bad idea. It could be... Lazy Bite Boy says, haha, they saved you almost 50%. Yeah. By them not responding, and despite 9 people watching the auction, I was the second bidder on it. Just says set up bombs on that one too. Oof. So yeah, I forget what the name of the game is, but I think it's it's a game that'll run on the Mac 512K. Oh, Joe says, and I can't install more RAM. It's maxed out at the board's max of 4 megabytes. Oh, okay. Now I know that I need to try to install Windows 98 Second Edition on a 486SX. You know, now I have my Emerson Elite SX386. It has a CD-ROM drive in it. That would make it really easy to try to install Windows 98. It supports 8 megabytes of RAM. But that's not a tonight activity. That's not to say, though, that it might not be a tomorrow activity. Oh, I think I just noticed. This might be the first picture that they have in their setup reel where there's actually a computer peripheral in the picture, because she's sitting beside a printer. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like an Epson. Kind of looks like a Epson stylus No, that's not an Epson stylus. Is that one of those Lexmark laser printers? I thought it was an Epson stylus, but the front is too curvy. Just says, oh well, it was a fun thing to try. Jesse says, download more RAM. Just says, I have done this before though. I did it for a local shipping company. Maybe we should do the let's identify the printer in the picture. Does anyone recognize it? Would Google Lens even be able to identify something like that? There's a question. SJ says, I have an Epson stylus LR2 that I rescued from Goodwill, but it's not that. Yeah, I have an Epson stylus that Bill Lewis rescued off the curb for me. It's not that. Joe says, it's just this machine. Boo hiss. Yeah. Lazy Bite Boy says, Epson stylus 760. Oh! Maybe I was right that it's an Epson stylus. I just, because it kind of the shape and the label on top. Yeah, maybe that is an Epson stylus 760. I think those were more curved than the earlier ones. Or might be the 640. Okay. Maybe it is. Yeah, I'm trying to look over towards the Epson stylus that I have, and maybe the front of it is more curved than I remembered. But the one I have is it's the blue and it's the one that Epson made to match the blue and white um, G3 or maybe the original Bondi Blue iMac or whatever. Would need to see the bottom. Yeah, that would give it away. Unfortunately, they artistically cropped the photo so we can't see the bottom of the printer. That while she holds this report that was obviously not printed with the printer. Paper looks too big. All right. Increased reliability. You know, I am thinking that maybe the previous attempt failed because the disk was full. Probably good that I deleted the Windows 98 installer to free up a bit more space. System requirements are like a bit ambiguous as to it does say typically 195 megabyte or yeah, 195 megabytes on an upgrade, but that's typical And of course, that doesn't say anything about does it require extra space to do the upgrade, or is that just how much it takes after it's done? Oh, look, there we go. MMX references. All right, so while this copies files, I'm going to go back upstairs real quick, and hopefully it continues to copy files while I'm upstairs. But I need to take another short break, so I will be back in a few. That was very interesting that it rebooted as soon as I got up out of my chair. I know, the timing of that was very interesting. I mean, I know that I'm generating static electricity on my chair, but I got up without touching anything on my workbench. So I guess since the install failed again, and we're at 11:30, and well, I think I'm actually just going to wrap the stream because, oh, wait a minute. All right, let's just see if we can get into Windows. Okay. Ever starting program, that's fine. All right. I'm actually wondering if... No, I was about to say, what, are we maybe running second edition already? But no. All right, so I think this install is borked. And I think that's probably just as good of a place to wrap the stream, because I'm not going to be able to quick load and install in the amount of time remaining. So anyways, we've tried to prove or disprove the we've tried to see if the UMC processor is detected as a Pentium MMX. I can't get the second edition update to run, probably because this system doesn't actually meet the minimum requirements. So we will have to continue with this another day when I can have everything I need to run the quick loader, where it's basically just going to push Windows 98 onto the system. But I'm going to have to get a CD or a DVD-ROM drive, or possibly a larger compact flash card and whatnot. So I don't have what I need to do that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap the stream, and because I'm kind of getting cold. So anyways, I'm glad you all joined me. I'm glad we could get this far. I might, I think maybe next Tuesday, maybe we will continue with this board, and maybe next Tuesday we will look at Windows 98 Quick Load, and I will make sure I have everything I need to attempt it on this board, so we can maybe get to the bottom of the mystery of the UMC processor. But I'll also have another system that, if we can't get Quick Load to run on this one, I'll have another system that more closely meets the requirements we can try it on as well. So I think we'll do that next Tuesday. So with that, don't forget to smash that like button if you like live streams like this where we try to prove or disprove things that are said on the internet. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you'll know when I go live next. Tuesday, we will take a look at Windows 98 Quick Load. I know that it'll be outside of December, but I would like to give it a try, give my thoughts on it, and see if it is a good solution for loading Windows 98 on your retro computers. We'll see if it'll even work to load on a non-supported configuration. And maybe, just maybe, I will even... Well, I don't know if I'll figure out why getting up out of my chair caused it to stop, but... I don't know if there's like some... I don't know if maybe static electricity went through the concrete up through the workbench, but I don't know. That's weird. It's probably just a coincidence. So anyways, I hope to see you all here next time. I hope you all have a Happy New Year. And with that, I hope to see you all here next time. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.